Good morning, friends. Welcome back. It is Sunday again. There's more snow than there was last week. We're 7 days closer to Christmas, which I'm sure is fine. Oh, time for a new Carby. Ooh, purple. I like it. Hello, friends. Good morning. Welcome back. This is the Totally Awake Crafting Club, where we are totally awake and we're going to be crafting. Yeah, I'm SJ. I am here to do some crafts. You all are welcome to craft along. If you don't have anything, that's okay, but I encourage co-working. Whatever sort of project you're working on, I encourage you to work along with me. I'm gonna start with some coffee. Yay, coffee. And in about 50 minutes, 48 minutes at the top of the hour, there will be a D&D recap for this session that we had yesterday. And it was a doozy of a session. We've been off for a few weeks due to various members being ill. We ended up canceling last session. So we are picking back up at the tail end of that green dragon fight. And some interesting things happened. So the D&D recap today is definitely worth a catch if you've been following the campaign, or even if you haven't. Excellent. Okay. But until then, I do have a little bit more quilting to do on this baby blanket. Not a lot. I actually am very close to done. I know I said that last week. but I am even more close to done. Let's see here. So this corner, I think, is done. I mean, actually, I probably should do the outer edges too, shouldn't I? I probably should. I'll go around and do those last. Internally, it looks like everything that needs to be done is here. Sort of casually checking everything out. Good. Oh, let's this a bit. I've been doing for the quilting. There we go. Also, good morning, Kitsune. Good morning, Kara. Good morning, lurkers. You are appreciated. So far, so good. Probably do one there. Do one there. Kind of. I'm at the stage of sort of filling in gaps. Like, well, these two bits should probably be connected, logically. Sasha is the napping queen. You are correct. I mean, it's Sunday. You've got nowhere to be. You could go back to bed. But you're awake now, but nap. Being awake and then going back to sleep is the definition of a nap. Okay. What next? Bits are looking aside from what we got here. There's going to be a very thorough. Aha. Okay. So here's this corner still needs to be completed. Finish all of this out. It looks like this corner is done. Yeah, okay, I think it's just that last corner. And then I need to do... So this one's been done. I need to do the interior hexagons for all of the honeycombs. And I guess I need to do the outside edges. But yeah, it would be best to tack those. Alright, that's not too bad at all. Let's see here. What angle? What angle? What angle? There we go. Alright, so let's see. I need to go probably here to here. And then here to here. And also here to here. I think that's going to be a 3-prong point. And these two. So if I go, that's just going to be a single. That's just going to be these ones. I can go here. I can go in a triangle there. And I have enough thread to do so. Let's do the single first. We'll do the triangle. I think that's all. Maybe from here. Actually, yes, we should go from there to there as well, too. Let's start there. We can go there in an angle. Alright, let's do that. There isn't really a quilting pattern for this one. I'm kind of making it up as I go along, and all of these little, like, all of the hexagons that I stitched onto the seams to cover the joins are not straight. I just kind of put them on at whatever orientation, so the way that the little points match up against the outer honeycombs is different for each one. That's why I'm kind of winging it of like, okay, well, what looks best visually and makes the most sense angle-wise. through the fabric. There we go. Yes. Definitely totally awake. Absolutely, definitely, totally. That's why we're here. Turn, like, turn. There we go. Move cat fluff. I think that's enough blood. Pause to get the random cat hair out of my mouth. Thank you, Sasha. Morning, Randus. Oh, you're early. .30 is normal. You've just been late the past few weeks. That's fair. Less. So much sun. So much sun. Someday, I'm gonna start collecting all the fur that she sheds. Just felt a new Sasha. It wouldn't even be smaller. Okay. So I think that's all the bits between the hexagons done. Now I just need to do the internal honeycombs and the edges. We're getting there. Almost tempted to try to do the internal hexagons on the machine. It would be a pain in the butt. It would be a nicer result. It would be a pain in the butt. I'll do the edges first while I think about that, but... Freshly baked bread. Ooh, that's exciting. And coffee, of course. What kind of bread? Alright. Love bread. Alright, come on. Behave here. Too much lunch at your parents'? Oh no. Well, now you're matching the sleepy state that the rest of us are in. Probably. That's usually what happens to me when I eat too much. We could actually remove a great number of these things now. We'll do that after this line. Everything's pretty much tacked down now. I'm just kind of doing the last tail bits. To be fair, this is like smack in the middle of Sunday afternoon in Elrad's time zone. I assume he's usually got things to do. Oh, that's right. There have been a number of birthdays. As I said in chat, several birthdays will play in sequence. Hilariously, after struggling the past couple years, I actually already know what I'm going to ask for my birthday next year if the campaign goes that long. Now you're curious? So, my idea for next year's birthday present, if the campaign goes that long, and if it doesn't, I might just ask for this anyway as like an end of campaign thing. I want to name the dragon slaying sword. Because he's got Talon, and then he's got this dragon slaying sword, but the dragon slaying sword doesn't have a name. So I want to name it. I can just do that at any time. Names are given by the wielder. Oh, okay. Excellent. Thematically, he probably still won't do it until after we kill the white dragon, I think. Because that feels... Because that's what we set out to do. Yes, we've currently killed 2 dragons. But the third and the white, that feels significant. So that's probably still when he'll do it. But that's good to know. I wasn't sure if it was like... I wasn't sure how that worked. Yes, that's true. Assuming we do kill the white dragon. And assuming Bram specifically survives. The safety pins here. I don't need them anymore. They are starting to get in the way. Big old basting pins. Calling that you've fought 2 dragons is a stretch. Those were babos. This is true. But it is still 2 less dragons that are causing problems for the general landscape, which feels like a win. Hey, excellent. Welcome back, Merlin. But that said, I have a feeling that one way or another the campaign is probably not going to make it back to September. I feel like unless something else comes up, especially now that we have light back, our next task is gonna be tackle the white dragon. Unless there's like something else connected to light that we need to go take care of, or, you know, something that comes up now that we're back in town. Barring anything else, I suspect white dragon might be next. Okay. Oh, those bits taken out. And yeah, we will be having a D&D recap starting in about 7 minutes. So if you need to run to the bathroom, grab refills on your drinks, etc. before then, please do so. We'll start up right at 11 as we usually do. Oh, right, the black scorpion. I had actually forgotten about that problem. Yeah, that's true. So there are 4 things we can think of easily that still need to be addressed. One is whatever new dragon that Randus added for their birthday this year, which we haven't come across. As far as I know, we haven't come across any hint of yet. One is Cryovane, the white dragon. One is the kobold army that's gathering, which might become an imminent problem considering the green kobold that just got away. And then the black scorpion. I had actually fully forgotten about the black scorpion somehow. So the black scorpion is the one that had initially taken over the spell forge and was making the glass weapon, or was ordering the glass weapons to be made, and then got like, yeah, and those are the ones we know of. There's always more problems in the world, Randus. Campaign could go on forever. Last we saw of the black scorpion, he had been like magically shape changed into like literally a drider, like a half drow, half scorpion thing, who then like teleported / dimension doored away. We lost them. So that's a problem that's just kind of out there in the world somewhere. Fine. They were the head of this, like, secret society thing. Although, we think the original one got, like, backstabbed by his lieutenant, and then the lieutenant took over, and the lieutenant is the one that got transformed into a Drider, I think, how that worked out. Lieutenant, like, basically stabbed him in the back and went, "Nya haha, I'm the Black Scorpion now," kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah, it was one of those times we arrived just like literally 30 seconds too late to stop a ritual. We're really bad about that. I wouldn't I wouldn't call it party negligence so much as party tardiness. Negligence because we knew about the ritual the whole time but opted to take so many naps. Alright, fine. You might be right. Might be right. Okay, so it is 11 a.m. It is time to recap some D&D. So, yesterday's session, so we had left off. Alright, Merlin, enjoy your errand. Talk to you later, hopefully. So, yeah, so the last time we played, we had gotten to the logging camp, fought a bunch of, like, bug ant things, giant bug ant things that spit acid. A green dragon, a kobold, and miscellaneous grung, which are like the poisonous frog people from Chult. We managed to kill the green dragon. We managed to kill the bug monsters. The kobold opted to escape. She dimension doored away, attempting to take Bram's dragon slaying sword with her, and instead losing a couple fingers in the process. Which left us with a handful of grung. Like, I want to say there were maybe 3 or 4 left alive at the beginning of this session, but also a grung druid who was sort of the leader of the assembled grungs, more or less, as far as we could tell. And you know, you knew he was important because he had a different icon on the map. And this grung druid had been causing problems. It had, if you will remember, it had polymorphed the dragon into a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which luckily Phalar had been able to dispel and turn it back into a dragon. So starting this session, we had the grung druid and a handful of the, like, grung foot soldiers. And that was it. Well, I should say that was it. I do want to note that before the session started, Elrad was like, "Oh yeah, it's about dinner time. I need to go grab food, but I'm gonna go do that after this combat is over." And I made a comment of like, "Well, now you've jinxed it, and this combat is gonna last for 20 more rounds." Spoiler alert: the combat did not last for 20 more rounds, but it sure lasted longer than we thought it was gonna last. So as we picked up again, there is still a ball of like stinging locusts in the center of the field because the kobold had dimension doored away, but they had not dropped concentration. So the locusts were still about, still biting. And Basil and Bram were still kind of within that ball. Glint and Adela were kind of off to the western side with a grung or two. And Balar and Arendiao were kind of off to the eastern side, or the other way around. This side. I don't know why I get my east and west mixed up, like specifically in regards to D&D maps. It's wild. I don't know why that happens. They were over on the other side with other grung, and sort of a line of, like, kind of a line on the druid. The druid was kind of lurking up at the edge of the river behind a few wood piles and things. So Bram and Basil took a couple, then there was one grung like in the locusts with Bram and Basil. So they both kind of took shots at that grung and then kind of GTFO the locusts. Both of them kind of went in different directions, but to, get out of the locust cloud. Because they bite. They're not fun. The grung managed to survive and kind of hopped out after Basil, but was shortly summarily executed. And then the grung druid did something interesting. He cast another spell upon the remaining grung that was over on the eastern side with near Adela and Glint's illusion that she had created. There was one grung kind of lurking around in them. And so the grung druid, targeting this other foot soldier grung, cast another polymorph. And then we had another Tyrannosaurus Rex to deal with. And it was pointed out later, like much later in the session, that technically that shouldn't have been possible. Because I guess when they updated to the 2024 rules, they've changed polymorph, where it's based on like whatever beast the target polymorphs into has to be based on like the target's level or CR rating. And this grung was technically too low to be able to be polymorphed into a T-Rex. But it's fine. We have hand-waved this as this particular grung has just always, in his heart of hearts, really, really wanted to be a T-Rex. And so this was fulfilling, like, his lifelong dream and passion that he got to be a T-Rex. So he transforms into a T-Rex, and immediately tries to crunch at Adela, who was the closest person to him. And despite Adela's heartfelt pleas of please no crunch, she did in fact get crunched. And what I mean by crunch in this case is she took damage from the teeths, but then also she was grappled and restrained as the T-Rex literally like picked her up and was like carrying her around in his mouth. which I think you will agree is not an ideal circumstance to be in whatsoever. Yeah, it was very ouchy. Once it had Adela in its mouth, the T-Rex realized, "Aww, if I've got her in my teeths, I can't hit her with my tail. Sad face. Oh well, I guess I'll just go hit this cat with my tail instead." So it kind of, walked over and attempted to hit, well, and succeeded to hit Glint with its tail for some more ouchie. And Glint had an idea, because Glint, looking upward, can see Marcella or Adela in this T-Rex's mouth and is like, "Oh no, that's bad. That's not where we want friends to be." And of course, Glint, being the kind of warlock that she is, has several different varieties of Misty Step that she gets to use. So she had this idea and was like trying to figure out what order she needed to do things in to finesse it so that she could like Misty Step up into midair next to the dragon's head, and then like on the dragon's head, whichever way worked, and then like be able to reach down and grab Adela and then Misty Step away again and bring Adela with her to like rescue her from Eve. And it would have been very cool, but unfortunately, just like with the rolls she would have had to make and like the way that the T-Rex was, it wasn't fully feasible. Especially when Adela has some ways to be able to get out of there in the first place, or like on her own, without Glint having to try to make 18 different rolls and probably take fall damage when she fails. So we acknowledge that it would have been very cool if Glint had been able to pull that off, but unfortunately she did not. Instead, she looked at this giant T-Rex, and looked around at the edge of the forest where we are, and went, "Okay, sucker," and cast plant growth to overgrow sort of all of the plants and woods around the T-Rex, to try to impede its movement. So it would cost 4 feet of movement for every actual foot of space, or like space it wanted to move. So it's quarter speed. It's not even difficult terrain, it's quarter speed. Unfortunately, the T-Rex was already kind of on the edge of one of the areas of plant life, so it wasn't too difficult for it to get out of it. But it was a very good idea. Yeah, the spell makes it like Cholt. So that was Glint's turn. She had a very cool idea, but unfortunately did not get to execute on it. And it probably wouldn't have worked even if she had tried, but it would have been very cool. Marcella, or Adela, again, that is the same character. Adela is her real name. Marcella is technically the name that the characters in-game should be calling her. We've all just kind of been using them interchangeably because we forget. Adela, once her turn comes up, she is still in the T-Rex mouth. But she has a bard thing, question mark, called Ace in the Hole, where basically she was able to, before combat started, like before this all happened, she had declared a spell that was her Ace in the Hole, and she had sent it to, like, Kite had sent it to Randus of like, here's what she's using this feature for. And it basically allows her to cast a spell for free but only this spell that she had predetermined and pre-declared. And Kite had in fact chosen Dimension Door. So she is able to Dimension Door out of the T-Rex's mouth. And she chose to Dimension Door up to the shoreline right behind the Grung Druid. Because, you know, there's a couple ways to take care of a polymorph. Either you take out all of the HP of the polymorphed form, i.e. fight the T-Rex, or polymorph is a concentration spell. And we all quickly determined that, okay, the easier way is probably going to be to try to make the caster drop concentration. So let's hit the caster a bunch. I should also note, before Marcella teleported in, Phalar had made a very good attempt. Phalar had cast a 2nd level magic missile at the druid, which is 4 hits and 4 concentration checks. Unfortunately, he passed all 4 of them. One of them he just barely passed, but he did pass all 4 of them. Because this druid has a feat, has the Forecaster feat, which unfortunately makes it so that he has advantage on concentration checks. So he was able to make all 4 of them, and keep the polymorph up. Yes, we figured it would be easier to make the caster drop concentration, and we were wrong about that. It is true. So Phalar had attempted to make the caster drop concentration, and unfortunately he had made all his saves. So Adela teleported in right behind him and attempted to whack him. And he made that concentration check too. And then Bram came up and got right up in his face. Used the dash action to get up close and hopefully present a larger... Bram's thought at that point was, okay, Adela's right next to him. Everybody else is further away. That makes Adela possibly the most likely target. It's a druid, so it's not like guaranteed that they're gonna attempt a melee attack. But Adela was the most immediate threat to the druid, so Bram was like, okay, I need to be a distraction so that it doesn't try to hit Adela, kind of thing, because Adela's fairly squishy. Anyway, that was kind of Bram's thought process. So he got up in the Grung's face. The Grung, the druid, on his turn. And also at some point along here, I believe between Arendiao and Basil. Oh yes, there was the thing with Basil. Okay. So while all of this was going on, there were a couple through threads of this combat. While Adela was being chomped, Basil had enough. And one of the lesser foot soldier grungs, one of the ones that had not been transformed into a T-Rex, kind of became the target of Basil's wrath. Basil rolled it to attack it and crit, and the crit was enough to take out the little grung. So Basil is like totally fed up. They've not been able to do much this entire combat, or at least that's what it feels like to him. So he's like, okay, I'm sick of this, and like takes his moon blades and just like slices this grung in half, like just straight down the middle, no resistance, like perfectly symmetrical divide. You know, the cinematic of like the 2 pieces of the grung stay there for a second and then just kind of fall away. And Basil's just like, oh yeah, that was hella cool. But he was still inside the locust ball at that point, so like nobody saw it. And then after Basil got out of the locust ball, there was another of the sort of default grung. And Basil kind of went, oh yeah, I'll do this again. And Rendiao had already hit it with psychic knives. It was, you know, barely hanging on. So Basil attempted to do the same thing again. Did not roll as well. Still managed to take out the grung, but it was like not nearly as cool. Like the blades kind of got stuck a bit. It was more of like a sawing motion instead of a clean slice. Like, you know, poor Basil. But that is all of the small grung taken out, leaving us with just the druid and the T-Rex. So, on the druid's turn, his hands began to glow, and kind of he slammed them into his own chest. And I, not knowing that much about spellcasters or druids and how many spell slots they might have, and also we don't technically know what level this druid is. I, and probably Bram, had a brief moment of panic of like, oh god, he's gonna drop the other polymorph and he's gonna polymorph himself, and all of a sudden there is going to be a giant T-Rex right here. But no, it was in fact a healing spell. It was a cure wounds. So the druid restored some number of hit points to itself, and then leaped straight up in the air. Because it's a frog, it can do that. And because we weren't that far from the shoreline, so on the north side of this logging camp is a river, so it's the river here and then kind of everything else. And we had been pretty close to the shoreline, so the grung is leaping straight up and backwards with the intention of landing in the water. So Bram and Adela both get attacks of opportunity, as they are both currently right next to it when it tries to jump straight up. Bram unfortunately misses, and Adela does hit and does enough damage to undo the healing, but unfortunately not enough to actually, take out the grung. It once again makes its concentration check to maintain the polymorph. And as it's sort of arcing toward the water, Adela kind of instinctively turns to watch it. And as it's hitting the water, she's able to notice it, like, starting to kind of, like, its body starting to, like, compress and, like, some tentacles starting to sprout out where its legs are. And she's able to kind of intuit that, oh yeah, it's a druid. He's turning into an octopus to be able to, as if a grung swimming wasn't fast enough. Octopus speed is even faster. So the grung hits the water and basically immediately disappears, because this is a large river, so it's murky. Like it's fast flowing enough that there's silt and mud and everything. It's not a clear river at all. So essentially the grung is gone. I will note that Glint's sphere of like massive plant growth did actually extend into the river, and she hadn't excluded the river, so all of the plants in the river had also overgrown. So there was like this slice of the river that was like extremely choked and tangled with like water weeds and stuff. So for about the first round, this octopus did have impeded movement. But we never would have been, even with that, it's very doubtful we would have ever been able to find it. And as soon as it got out of that area of like thickened weeds, it was gone. And we still had a T-Rex to deal with, because we were not able to successfully make the caster break concentration. So, yeah. So there's a T-Rex to deal with. So, Adela had managed to successfully dimension door out of its mouth. Having seen the druid, jump up and escape, Basil was like, ah, crud. Well, fine, whatever. And Basil basically charged the T-Rex, which in hindsight was not a bright move, especially not for a rogue. But he did. He got up next to the T-Rex and did some damage. But then on his next turn, T-Rex was like, oh good, new thing to chomp. But was realized this time, like, oh yes, hit with tail first, do more damage, then chomp. So he hit Basil with his tail, which I believe it hit. Yeah, hit Basil with his tail, did about 31, 32 points of damage. And then chomped and took Basil to 0. So Basil is now unconscious, bleeding out, grappled and restrained in a Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth. In general, probably not a great day for Basil. Yeah, tasty drow snack, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Basil is a tasty snack. You should say it. Yeah, so that's not fantastic. Everybody else, with the T-Rex being the only target, everybody else kind of converges on it. And starts smacking the T-Rex, presumably while yelling, "Drop it! Drop it! What have you got there? Put it down. What's in your mouth? Drop it." Slightly, I could have done better with Bram and did not. I did manage to hit the T-Rex once, forgot that I could then shield bash, which, most likely would not have worked, but I should have still tried. The failure rate was not 0. Theoretically, it could have failed a strength save of 15, and it would have been really funny to knock a T-Rex prone, but I forgot to try, which is fine. It happens. Everyone else kind of like kept smacking at the T-Rex. Arendiao, using Psychic Blades, was able to do a chunk of damage. Basil, when it came around to his turn, because he's, unconscious in a Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth, had to make a death save. However, Merlin rolled a nat 20, which I don't know if this has come up before or not. If you roll a nat 20 on a death save, you actually regain consciousness. You stabilize, you regain 1 hit point, 1 single hit point, and you regain consciousness. So Basil comes back awake inside a Tyrannosaurus Rex's mouth, still being chomped on, with 1 HP. So Basil basically goes, oh fuck no, and tries to basically stab the Tyrannosaurus in the tongue. It doesn't go super well. He does a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough. Doesn't make the T-Rex drop him. And on the T-Rex's next turn, the T-Rex just kind of chomps on him again and takes him straight back to unconsciousness. Yeah, just kind of chewing noises. Om nom 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 nom. At this point, I had the idea, because I was looking through my spell list of okay, well, I do still have spell slots. Oh, I should also note that previously when I had hit the T-Rex, I had added on a 2nd level Divine Smite, just in an effort to do more damage. I very nearly added a 3rd level Divine Smite, but then for some reason thought that maybe I should save my last 3rd level spell slot for Revivify for some reason. I don't know, just in case. So yes, Bram does indeed have Revivify if it becomes a problem. But I was looking through my spell list and I'm like, I have like, I want to save that last 3rd level spell slot, but I have 1st and 2nd level spell slots. Like, I haven't actually been casting a lot of spells this combat. Like, what do I have that can be useful? And I wish I had realized a turn earlier. I wish I had remembered a turn earlier that I have command. So my plan was, okay, I'm gonna attempt to command this T-Rex to drop Basil. Like, Basil will still probably take fall damage, but at least he'll be, you know, on the ground where the rest of us can reach him for healing. And he won't be, you know, actively being chewed on by a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So that was my plan. It might have worked, it might not have worked. It was a wisdom save of 15, so, you know, it's a T-Rex. Its wisdom isn't wonderful. It could have missed. But I didn't get the chance, unfortunately. It would have been very funny if it had worked, but I didn't get the chance. Because I believe it was a Rendiao, hitting it with another Psychic Blade that took out the last of its temporary hit points that the Polymorph spell had given it. So, when that happens, essentially, we had killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex, but there was still the grung underneath, basically. So at the last hit, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, like, the polymorph dissipated, and it, like, rapidly shrunk back down to a grung. But unfortunately, that meant Basil was left suspended, like, 15 feet in the air. Yeah, and so Basil fell 15 feet in straight to the ground, and because he was unconscious and took damage, immediately failed a death save. Luckily, Bram was right there and was able to use Lay on Hoof to restore enough hit points so that Basil was no longer at death's door. So, you know, Basil came conscious on the ground, kind of staring up at the sky and Bram, and just kind of like, ow. Well, at least I'm not in a T-Rex anymore, but ow. So as you might expect, this grung was not in the best of shape and suddenly found himself faced by a whole array of rather angry adventurers, and did not last long for this world. So yeah, so we were able, once we took out the Tyrannosaurus Rex, we were able to then take out the last grung and end the encounter. Basil and Marcella are only a little bit damp with T-Rex saliva. I'm sure that's probably fine. There were various like being poisoned and not poisoned throughout that combat, because it turns out every time you make a melee attack against a grung, you have to save against poison, because they are just, you know, person-sized poison dart frogs. Touching them is not good. So that was a thing too. But yeah, so once the last grung was down, there was a brief, like half second of, yeah, in his defense, he did his job as a bodyguard and made sure his charge got away safely. Yeah, so as we dropped initiative, there was a brief half second of, okay, is anyone gonna attempt to go after the grung that got away? And it was very quickly decided, no, unfortunately not. It's in the river. There's no way we can, even if it was like, even if we knew it was still lurking around, which it almost certainly isn't, there's almost no way for any one of us to be able to find it in the water. And also, who knows how many other grung might still be lurking in the water. So, you know, it could be 0, but it could be infinite. So we made the decision. So the kobold sorceress and the grung druid have both gotten away, which is extremely unfortunate, and I'm sure that won't cause any problems for us in the future at all. So with that done, Glint restored some. Glint did some healings, restored some HP to both Marcella and to Basil, because both of them were, you know, mildly chewed on. Basil, once he had rested for a few minutes, started to get up and examine the tents, to kind of poke around and see if we could find any evidence of what might have happened to the rest of the logging crew. Bram and Phalar together destroyed the dragon corpse, probably via burning. Seems the easiest and most likely method. Just because, you know, if there is someone able to come along and, like, raise dead a dragon, they're probably more of a problem than the dragon is, but, you know, just in case, it's probably not a great idea to leave a dragon corpse laying around. Glint did indeed get a tooth, because as a reminder, Glint's patron's current, request, is that she wants 5 different dragon teeth. So Glint now has 2. She got a tooth from the blue dragon, and she's now gotten a tooth from the green dragon. Yeah, future problems. The party never makes those for themselves. It's true. Everything is fine. So yeah, so the Glint gets a tooth, and then the dragon corpse is immolated. You know, just to make sure. Basil goes around to, like, check out the tents and try to see what, just kind of in general, what he can find. Adela goes to check out the cabin. So there is one, like, most of the structures in this logging camp are tents, but there is one, like, solid construction cabin, that, you know, serves as headquarters and, like, office, probably, if in record keeping and all that kind of stuff. And so Adela goes to take a look there. Several of the, like, doors are kind of, and windows are kind of barricaded. She manages to push her way in and finds, like, a hole in the ground that's very similar to those holes that, like, the ant creatures had jumped out of when they ambushed us. Which is, you know, very good evidence that one of them got in here at some point and was kind of crashing around and causing general mayhem. There's, like, you know, furniture splintered against the walls and, like, debris everywhere, and, you know, the broken up floorboards from where it had, like, burst its way through the floor. And then at the far end, there's that room, and then there's, like, a little bit of a hallway, and then there's another door at the end. So Adela goes to kind of poke at that door, tries the handle. It doesn't appear to be locked, but she can't open it, almost like there's, like, you know, it's barricaded from the other side. There's something heavy that's been pushed up against it from the other side, so she can rattle the knob, but she can't, like, actually push it open. So she's kind of, like, calling out, you know, trying to determine if there's anybody on the other side. And then the rest of us just kind of hear the boom of a shatter being cast in a very small enclosed space. And like, you know, the splintering sound of a door being blown to bits by said shatter. Um, and Adela then quickly sends a message to Arendiao saying, you know, as everybody else starts sprinting toward this cabin, Adela sends a message to Arendiao basically saying, found a survivor, they're in bad shape, need a healer. So everybody else books it. You know what, Kite? That's a fair point. When all you have is shatter, everything looks like a thing that you can shatter. You know what? You're right. It does seem like Adela is starting to develop a bit of a reputation against doors, though. But in any case, everybody else kind of sprints over to the cabin. Bram makes his way inside first, and we find that Marcella has indeed shattered the door, but there's still like a very heavy, like one of those antique, like super solid, heavy desks pushed up against the other side. So she managed to like shatter the door, but the desk is still in the way. And when Bram gets into the doorway and sort of looks over it, sees a man sort of laying there, clearly in terrible shape, like emaciated, still alive, but like very much on death's door. Like clearly has been holed up in here, not for days, but like for weeks, if not maybe months. Like he's been in here a long time. Just trapped in here. So Bram's like, oh shit. Glint manages to scramble over the desk to be able to get the guy out of the way so that we can like shove the desk out of the way. So that Bram can then, you know, get in and pick him up and get him out of there. And it turns out this is indeed the townmaster of Phandolin's brother that was running this logging camp that we had been sent to check on. And it turns out he actually did not know anything about the dragon or the grung. The logging camp had initially been attacked by those ant creatures. And Basil actually was able to corroborate that, because what Basil found in all of the tents was essentially the bodies of most of the rest of the logging crew, dead from acid burns, which is what the ant creatures spit. They spit acid. So the ant creatures had attacked the logging camp and killed most of the crew. One of them, Treefeller, who we actually met a while ago at the hunting lodge, he was able to run into the woods and escape, and we then met him, and we had all completely forgotten that when we met him, he had indeed told us about attacks at the logging camp, and we had all just completely, well, like, it had gotten put on the back burner because we had other things to worry about, and hadn't gotten around to checking on it until now. So yes, Treefeller was originally from this logging camp and had managed to escape. Well, okay, so there's a little bit more to it than that. So what Treefeller had initially told us, and what Tobin, this guy, is able to better articulate to us, there had been some orcs that showed up at the logging camp, and from the way Tobin described them, we, the characters, are able to identify them as Archons of Talos from the way that they're dressed and the things that they're carrying and that kind of thing. So these orcs had shown up, hung up little, like, talismans of some kind around, you know, on the trees around the edge of the logging camp. And then they had left again, and very quickly after, those ant creatures had attacked. We should have maybe tried to find one or two of those things, whatever they hung up, just to try to see what it is. But that's neither here nor there. And so then the ant creatures had attacked, and the ant creatures had killed most of the crew. Treefeller had managed to escape into the woods and made his way eventually to Falcon's hunting lodge. Torben had managed to hole himself up in his office and has now spent weeks and weeks and weeks just laying on his desk, trying not to make noise, hoping that the ant things don't take notice of him. And he honestly had no idea that there was a dragon out there. But in any case, we were able to successfully rescue him. We all agree that, okay, we can't stay here. It is not safe. Who knows if the Grung or the Kobold is on their way back with reinforcements. We've got the Townmaster's brother. We need to book it. So we leave. We start heading back to Phandalin. There is on the way back, there is a day of full moon. However, luckily, the only were-rat that is currently in the party with us is Phalar. And Bram has access to Remove Curse. So Bram is able to cast Remove Curse on Phalar for the day of the full moon. And then, Phalar spends the night of the full moon just, gently tied up with a blanket over his head. And everything is fine. It's fine. So we make it back to Phandalin without any further encounters, any further issues. And we deliver Torben back to the Townmaster's Hall, where his brother is presumably overjoyed to see him, more or less. We leave Torben in his brother's care to finish recovering from his ordeal. Obviously, on the way back, we gave him, food and water and what medical care we could. Tried to keep him stabilized and make sure that he was on his way to recovery. But then once we got back to Phandalin, we kind of turned him over to his brother. Got our payment for going to check on the logging camp and rescuing his brother and delivering news of what had happened to the logging camp. And with that done, we headed for the inn so that we could grab dinner, before we head back up to the manor for the night to sleep. And as we head into the inn, there is a figure sitting over by the fire, wearing like this big hooded cloak, so that we can't see very much of them other than that they are a humanoid shape-ish. Although there is a big fuzzy tail hanging out from under the cloak. And the fuzzy tail is just recognizable enough for Glint to go, Light! Light, you're back! Oh my gosh, we missed you so much! Light, light, light! And Light's response is just to kind of flick a button up in the air and catch it. Because as a reminder, before Light left, Glint had given them a button as sort of a good luck charm / okay, but this is your promise that you'll come back because you have to give this button back to me. Of course, Glint being Glint, she goes racing across the inn room to tackle hug Light. And that is where we ended session. Before any of us get a good look at Light, or before Light says much of anything, because here's the thing. So, Light had parted from us to head back to the abbey where they grew up, because there was that vampire tree problem that we found in the middle of the Neverwinter woods. And Light was like, okay, no, this is bad. I need to make sure this is taken care of. I'm gonna, there's people at my abbey that know how to deal with this. I have to, it's my duty to go back and let them know that this is here, and get it taken care of. So Light had headed back to their abbey. Yes, Light is a Tabaxi monk, who is Kitte's original character. They have been away from the party for quite a while. Ostensibly to deal with this vampire tree problem. The thing is, stuff happened, as stuff does. And apparently, once Light got back to the abbey, things kind of went off the rails a little bit. And so far, Kitte also doesn't know what happened. And theoretically, Randus doesn't either. Because we're actually going to be playing what happened to Light once they return to the abbey as sort of a mini campaign over the holidays and probably into January. So for the next probably 2, 3, 4 sessions ish, we're actually going to be playing secondary characters who are all connected to the abbey in various ways, and we're gonna be playing through what happened when Light returned to the abbey. It's gonna be interesting, and then depending on the outcome of that, will kind of determine what condition Light is in, ? When we cut back to the main campaign in the present day. So we're doing a little bit of a flashback. It's going to be really interesting. I think most of us are taking the opportunity to play characters and classes that are very different. Well, at least somewhat different than the ones we normally play. Yeah, Light is just a ball of trauma, and as Light is a tabaxi, they can curl up into a ball quite readily. It's true. So I'm gonna be playing a halfling fighter. She's gonna be really interesting. I'm looking forward to getting to play her. Elrad, I believe, is going to be playing an orc sorceress. Merlin is going to be playing, I believe, an elven druid. Tara's going to be playing a Goliath ranger. And I believe Svother is going to be playing a Goliath monk, is what they were looking at the last time I talked to them, or the last time they said anything in chat. So it's going to be interesting. We're getting a chance to try out, we're creating level 5 characters, so we're getting to try out subclasses, maybe different play styles from what we usually do. I like being able to hit things more than I like trying to manage casting spells, which is why I went with a fighter. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Yeah, side quest. So stay tuned. We are planning to play in 2 weeks on the 27th. Depending, asterisk if everyone is available. If people are not available, then we won't. But currently the idea is we will. So TBD. Either way, I'll probably be streaming the 28th, so we'll see. But yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, you never need a caster. We could go and punch things. I still think it would be very funny, and Brandis would not do this without warning us, but I think it would be very funny if we built these level 5 characters and, tweaked all their combat stats and spells and everything, and then it turned out this was a completely non-combat side mission, and it was, all just role-playing and talking and stuff, and there was no combat. Again, Randus wouldn't do that, but it would be very funny if we just did not need the combat stats at all. But yeah. So stay tuned for the side quest of what happened to Light while they were away. Randus has been calling it Light's Big Day, which isn't ominous at all, and I'm sure everything is fine. What's the one thing that Light definitely can't do? Be by themselves? Open doors? Solve puzzles? Oh. Exactly. We have 5 sacrificial lambs. I wondered about that. I was like, okay, what are the odds this is going to be a TPK minus Light? Like a scripted TPK. Light has opened many doors. I was going for talk to people like a normal sentient being. I mean, that's fair. I mean, I seem to remember Light and Glint together did okay talking to Tony the Merchant on that one side quest. Or side adventure. Light and Glint should not go shopping together. But yeah, I'm excited. My little fighter has a couple of Easter eggs that almost nobody will get except me, but that's okay. They're there, and they're interesting. And I'm gonna get to try out the Combat Master subclass, which is really interesting looking. I get to trip people as a class feature. Oh yeah, it wasn't like a side quest. I meant side quest in the sense of the entire party wasn't there. It was Light and Glint going off by themselves. It felt like the filler episode of an anime. Okay, yes, I get to trip people as a class feature assuming they fail a save. Fair enough. Good morning, Kuma. Welcome in. You just missed the D&D recap. Killed deer. We fought a second T-Rex. Defeated a second T-Rex. Made it back to town. Light is there. Light is back. And we're actually going to be doing a mini campaign with different characters to find out what happened to Light when they arrived back at the Abbey, because apparently it was a thing. And the way that we play out the mini campaign will actually affect in what condition Light returned to us. So that'll be fun. So the next few sessions are going to be a mini campaign with different characters. Except for Light. Yeah, Randus made an illegal T-Rex. So, turns out, did they change Polymorph? They must have Yeah, they must have changed polymorph. Because technically, you can only change. So if you're targeting if you're targeting a creature, you can only change it into something that's the same or lower CR or the same or lower level. Um, and so technically, the grung that was being targeted should not have been able to transform into a T-Rex. Um, However, we are hand waving that with this grung has just his entire life. He has just always loved dinosaurs, and he just really, 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 with all his heart, wanted to be a T Rex. Like that's just been his entire life's dream. And so he was able to transform into a T Rex. That's what we're going with. It's fine. And Basil and Adela only got chewed on a little bit. It's fine. Yeah. Okay, but it is noon, so I am gonna go ahead and take my break. Everybody get up, stretch, move around a little bit, grab refills on your drinks, all of the usual stuff. Um, but yeah, I will take my break. I will be back in a few minutes, so don't go too far away. All right, I have returned. All right. See? All right. Now then, where were we? There we go. Here we were. all the way around already? I get mixed up somewhere. Huh. Okay, sure. I guess I was just absently sewing during the recap. Okay. I didn't realize we'd gone all the way around. Okay. That's that bit done. Now I just need to do the inner hexagons. Start here. Now these are going to be the more annoying bit because so doing all of the in-between stuff, I'm only sewing through 2 layers. I've only got this tan layer and the pink layer underneath. Sewing through these, I'm going to have at least 2, if not 3 more layers because there's this top layer and then there's where it's folded under. Plus the tan layer and the pink layer. So this is the bit that's actually going to kill my fingers. That's kind of why I've saved it to last. But this is actually the last thing I need to do, and then I can put the binding on, and then it'll be done. And the binding will be done off stream because that's a machine thing. The binding is I'll put another strip of fabric along the edges. So basically I sew it to the back, and then I fold it over to the front and sew it on the front so that it binds the edge in. It encases the sandwich of the layers so that there's no raw edges. And with that, this quilt will be done. Yum, fabric sandwich. Ah, okay. If it matters, you should not expect to be able to take long rests during the mini campaign. Sleeping in the Shadowfell is not a good idea. Neat. That is actually very good to know. Thank you. I don't think that'll change much about my build, but I'll double check her later. Oh, right. The other exciting thing. We have now leveled up. Our main characters are now level 10. So that'll be an exciting thing once we get back to the main campaign. I don't think it changes much for Bram. For Bram, level 9 was much more important because that's when he got his access to his first 3rd level spells. Or rather, he got access to specific spells that I had been waiting on for him. But level 10 is exciting. Light no longer needs food or water. Concern. Is that a monk thing, or is that a light thing? Odd levels are bigger for most classes. Oh, interesting. Alar can now turn spell slots into not taking damage. Ooh, that's also exciting. I have not even actually looked at what level 10 gets Bram yet. Also, I want to lodge a minor and completely unrelated complaint. Um, so typically while we're playing D&D, I log into FF14 and I'm fate farming at the same time. Because god damn it, I will get those bicolor gemstone mounts one day if it kills me. There was a distinct lack of Forlorn Maidens yesterday. It was weird. Like, I was not getting nearly as many Forlorn Maidens showing up as I usually do. Wish to lodge a complaint. And friendly creatures within 10 feet of you can't be frightened while you are conscious is what Bram gets. Oh, excellent. That might come in handy. Honestly. I don't know that we've actually come across anything up until now that has tried to frighten us. Mostly we're trying to frighten other people, but you never know. It's almost like Bram's subclass was designed to fight dragons. Really? I never would have noticed that. Luckily, fighting dragons is what we're doing. We've been hit by fear more than once. Oh yeah, you're right. I guess you're right, yeah. I'm mostly thinking of the times that, like, we've used Turn Undead, but yeah, you're right. I guess we've been afeared a couple times. Most of you save. Yeah, that's probably why I'm not remembering it as much. Because there's definitely been times where you've been like, okay, make a wisdom save, and then when we save, we don't necessarily find out what we might have been saving against. It makes sense that some of those would have been fear. That's true. Use an aura, you need to get real close to each other, making AoE better. This is true. I think it's more like When Bram and Light are both, like, up in the monster's face trying to punch it, at least then Light will benefit. Provided Light hasn't, or doesn't, like, completely reclass as a result of Light's big day, that is. Oh, this is red chicken. Oh boy. Actually. Ooh, I might not make that. I have a question. If you if you take 3 levels in 2 different classes, you also get both subclasses, or can you still only choose one subclass? I've never multi-classed a character to that extent, so I actually don't know. Both subclasses? Dang. I guess the trade-off is you're not going to be getting higher level abilities for either one if you go that route. But still, that's interesting. Correct, but most subclasses are front-loaded. The best stuff is at level 3. That's fair. Okay, second question. Is triple classing a thing? Or is it restricted to 2, even though it's called multi-classing? I don't know why you'd want to triple class, I'm just wondering if it's theoretically possible. You can multi-class as many times as you want, but at most once into each class. That makes sense. You can't hit, like, level 3 Bard and then try to take another 3 levels in Bard to get a second subclass, because that doesn't work. That makes sense. So to do so would require a very weird stat spread. Yeah, that's the other thing, is that there are the stat requirements. Your stats support it, you can go to as many classes as you want. Interesting. Interesting. Make an extremely ADHD adventurer that keeps getting distracted by shiny new classes. There's an achievement in Baldur's Gate 3 for having a character with 1 level in each class, as the game caps at 12 levels and has 12 classes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, it's a really bad character is all. So if that's your goal, is to make sure the people that you are playing with are in for the bit. Yeah, for sure. That's the thing. Like, you can do it, but why? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. For sure. it's amazing what 1 or 2 level warlock or and fighter can do for any other class. It's true. Actually, my preferred method is to have a fighter with exactly 2 levels in barbarian, because that gets you reckless charge, gets you the, I forget what it's called, the senses enhancement. It gets you all the useful stuff for barbarian while still maintaining like all the stuff of fighter.
Paladin's perfectly fine. Just be like me and dump decks. Paladins can be clumsy, right? Dump con, don't get hit. I mean, that is also an option. Especially as a monk. Alright, 2 down. Well, technically 3 down, because I had 1 done already. Technically 4 down, because one of the squares doesn't need 4 done. Holds out that long, perforated. Aha, Randus stretch. Huh? Go, and a hydrate. Excellent. Secured. Everybody else also stretch and hydrate. That also applies to Randus. Do not get away just because you are the one that redeemed it, so you also need to stretch and hydrate. Ooh, yes, that was needed. Thank you, Randus. But I just got comfy? Well, then you shouldn't have redeemed it then. You should know by now that the stretch and the hydrate applies to all viewers, as well as to me. And hydrate. At the moment I only have coffee, but once I am done with stream I promise I will drink some water or some juice. Something that is not coffee. Because while it is somewhat of a myth that coffee dehydrates you, it is not as hydrating as some other drinks you could have, such as water or juice. Hot bean juice is gross. That's fair. You are entitled and allowed to have that opinion. Alright, this isn't enough thread for more quilting, but it's a decent length of thread. So we're going to pause. To make a little hexagon. There we go. That's a much more... You have impeccable time.
Because I just finished a thread. Ooh.
Yes, I bring you to your favorite person.
Here.
Incorrect blanket.
Oh, she likes this blanket.
She does. Me.
Here. Stay here. You haven't settled here so long. Chat misses you. Like, well, I don't miss chat.
Truly the wisest among us.
Okay, goodbye.
I just had to, like, give them proof of life to get this hot shot.
It only stays when it's her decision. When it's her idea. Doesn't like it if it's anyone else's idea. Doesn't have the brain cells required to have ideas? Maybe. She only sits somewhere when it's her choice then. Doesn't like being put somewhere.
Oh yes, I got so caught up in the D&D recap, subsequent D&D discussions. This is quite late. But a reminder, if you are in a time zone where you need to eat something, please go find a meal. Go eat something. Kitsune Randus, this means you. nap be sounding nice? Yeah, that is totally fair. Enjoy your nap, Brandis. Is what Sundays are. But please also eat something if you haven't. Shouldn't nap at 20 to 8 p.m. You probably shouldn't, no, but you can. You definitely can. Can't, someone is forcing me to go make dinner. I mean, yes, that is also a thing you should do. Thought Sundays were for catching up on chores. Sundays are for many things. Sundays are for being totally awake. Sundays are for catching up on chores. Sundays are for napping. It's Sunday afternoons specifically are for napping. Maybe it's Sunday mornings that are for catching up on chores. Would require being awake in that horrible time known as morning. That's fair. Well, good point. Oh, a little bit long today. So close. I think I've only got or 4 more to do. Lost count. Almost there.
I have 3 more to do. So probably another 15, 20 minutes. But I am going to finish this up. Well, finish up the hand sewing. The binding will be. Do my hands hate me yet? They sure do. So it's specifically this thumb. Because of that's what I'm using to push the needle through. It's very specifically this thumb. But I'm so close to being. And I haven't actually punctured myself yet. Which is a thing that has happened before. So it's fine. Not even blistering yet, I'm just sore. So it's fine. Why not just use a thimble? I could, and in fact I do have a thimble, I just hate them. I really dislike thimbles because, yes, it's useful for pushing, but then when I go to grip the needle, it makes it very annoying if I have a thimble on. So I end up like constantly putting it on and taking it off, and it drives me mildly insane. So I just suffer. Eventually, if I was to do hand quilting consistently enough, I would build up a callus. I just don't do it consistently. So my preferred thimble is this kind that I make myself because it protects me from... It allows me to push the needle while still using the tip of my finger to grip. But with my thumb, because I am using the top of my thumb to push instead of like the side, it makes it more difficult. Like I can't make this kind of thimble that still allows me to grippy. I suppose if I got in the habit of like pushing with the ball of my thumb, and then I could use this kind. But again, I don't do enough hand quilting to warrant it yet. Your mom had a cloth one with rubber grippies. See, that sounds great. The one that I have for my, specifically the one that I have for my thumb is plastic, and I hate it. If I could find a cloth and rubber one, that would be fantastic. The other issue is that most thimbles that you find are designed for your fingers, so they're not actually wide enough or shaped properly to use on your thumb. And the old metal ones, yeah. Again, those are usually mostly shaped for use on your fingers. And the metal ones especially, obviously, with them being metal, they have no flex to them, so they don't typically fit on your thumb. No delivery finally showed up last night. Oh, good. It doesn't look like any of ours has actually gone anywhere. But I am glad you finally got some. I need to use a better shipping company. Yeah, I'll get right on that. shipping is so expensive, especially for perishables. Every other year? Right, twice a year. Getting closer. All right, two more. All right, one more. Oh, all of the hand stitching on this baby blanket is done. Finally. Here we go. That will do it for today. Nice extra long stream for you. Yeah, I should be back next Sunday. I'm not going anywhere for the holidays, so I will be here. Hopefully you can join me. If you are not, if you are traveling for the holidays or going to be away from your home, I hope you have a safe journey, an enjoyable time, and see you when I see you. Thank you all for joining me. Thank you very much to all of my followers and my subscribers. I very much appreciate it. If you were chatting, if you were lurking, I appreciate you all. and I hope you have a really great rest of your afternoon. Take naps, drink fluids, stay safe and healthy as much as you can, and I will talk to you all in the future.